question is, how will the Empire respond to the disappearance of Omega and the Primal? Oh, I didn't see you there. Forgive me. Word from Baelsar's wall is proving long in the coming, and my mind cannot help but stray to grim places.
Alphino, a message from the Alliance.
It's about time. Pray summon the others at once.
Yes, sir.
General Uldin reports that his forces have secured the breach in Baelsar's wall.
And what of the Primal and Omega?
There is still no sign of either at this time. He writes that they will begin a more thorough investigation shortly. And, as expected, he wishes to petition the aid of the Scions of the Seventh Dawn.
As expected.
The Alliance's decision to capture a part of Baelsar's wall is open to interpretation.
The wall serves to demarcate Imperial territory, Alamigo included, from the rest of Eorzea. To an observer, the Alliance's actions could be seen as a prelude to invasion.
Indeed. And the Alliance leaders have no wish to be branded invaders.
You're saying they won't fight for Alamigo? Even after everything that's happened?
Not without the consent of her people, no. Make no mistake, Lys. The Alliance is in complete agreement that the Empire must be purged from Eorzea. However, they will not set foot in Gyr Abania until they have formally secured the consent and cooperation of the Alamigan opposition.
They would have us act as intermediaries.
Precisely. The Scions are uniquely qualified to serve in this capacity. That is to say, Lys's, given her personal connection to the Resistance. Who better than you to broker an agreement between the Alliance and the people of Alamigo? Assuming you are willing, of course.
Of course I am! You know I'd like nothing more!
As for who should accompany you on said diplomatic mission, I had a mind to volunteer myself.
Well, that covers the talking part. But you just know there'll be trouble along the way. Are you available? Thanks. It means a lot knowing you'll be there. I too shall accompany you. Such endeavors are seldom hampered by a surfeit of healers.
Good point. Allow me to offer my services as well. I have spent quite enough time here of late, so I'll be coming. But we will need someone to keep an eye on things. I trust you have no objections?
None, my lady. Gladly shall I continue to serve as caretaker of the Waking Sands, and there keep watch for signs of primal and Ascian activity both.
As capable as my learned friend undoubtedly is, there are some troubles that may prove too much for a single scion, on account of which I mean to stay.
It is settled then. Let us each see to our preparations. Ready, my friend? Well then. Tataru, I leave the rising stones in your capable hands.
Don't worry, Alphino. I'll see that the place is still standing when you come back.
Mistress Y'shtola has unfolded all. You are bound for Girabania?
Aye. The Alliance would have us make contact with the Alamegan resistance as soon as possible.
It begins then. As soon it shall in Doma, if the gods are good. 'Tis but a pity it must be now. I am sorry that we shall not be present to fight beside you in the battles to come.
You have stood with us countless times, Lady Yugiri. Pray do not apologize.
Then let us thank you instead. You and yours stood with us from the first, when we came to this land as refugees in search of sanctuary. Loath am I to think what might have become of my people, had you not extended to us the hand of friendship. We will never forget. This I solemnly swear.
Much has changed since first you set foot on these shores. Revenant's Toll stands as a testament to that. I'm sure your people will manage in your absence.
Indeed. They have built a new home for themselves and no longer need me to shepherd them. The time has come for Kozetsu and I to return to our master, to our home.
I know how you feel. It's time I went home too.
Though our battlefields be 1,000 mounds apart, our purpose is one. That all men hearken to the clarion call of freedom, of liberation, from Eorzea to the far east, that they may rise up and cast down the curse of Garlemald.
Take care, you hear me? When all of this is over, we're going to celebrate, together. Just you wait.
I should like that very much. Fare you well.
Wait, just not yet. I knew I'd forgotten something important. Please, could you come with me? Me? What? Now? Well, alright then, if you insist. What do you think? As you can see, I designed it to be light and loose, an outfit tailor-made to the needs of a skilled fighter like Lise. Your work never ceases to impress. Much more of this, and I may have to stop introducing you as the Scion's receptionist and start referring to you as our preeminent seamstress. It's lovely, Tataru, thank you. I think I could take on a legion. I'm glad you like it. And with that, I'll delay you no longer. Safe travels! Then onward to Girabania. Our first stop will be to Amarasi's a mirror-sized spire in the East Shroud. Though it may not be apparent to the naked eye, the ether here is in turmoil. Not since the calamity has this land been subjected to forces of magnitudes unleashed by Shinryu and Omega. Was it always his plan to sacrifice his life to complete the ritual, to bring forth the arbiter of his vengeance, but not remain to see the aftermath? Papalima had to know only be temporary. If Grandfather couldn't contain Bahamut with the power of 1,000 prayers, then what chance did his disciples stand armed only with a broken staff? I won't let you down, Papalima, I promise. All are present and accounted for. When you are ready, my friend, pray inform the officer that we wish to proceed to Girabania. The Scions of the Seventh Dawn. We were told to expect you. Shall I summon someone to escort you to the wall?
I remember crossing the border, standing in Girabania once more. Me and my fellow Scions, the warrior of light among us. Behind us, Baelsar's wall cutting the land in two. Freedom on one side, tyranny on the other. Tyranny and the promise of a new beginning. But one that could only be bought with flames and blood.
an atmosphere here, isn't it? Everyone seems to be on pins and needles, though one can hardly blame them given the recent events. The Alliance has done well to repurpose these Imperial facilities for their own use so quickly. The General's in high spirits, don't you think? I know the feeling. So this is East End. Not too different from the rest of the Shroud, is it? Though, truth be told, I'm not sure why I thought it would be. To see the colours of so many nations, Limsa Lominsa, Gridania, Uldar, and now Ishgard, well, nigh brings a tear to my eye. We have much to be proud of, Femmet. Greetings, Scions. On behalf of the Eorzean Alliance, I welcome you to Castrum Orleans. Thank you, General. We were relieved to hear that your forces secured the wall without incidents. Have the Imperials made any attempt to retake the Castrum since then? None, save for a few skirmishes between our scouts and their patrols. We've had barely any contact with them, but we all know it's only a matter of time before things escalate. As if attacking Baelsar's wall weren't enough, Ilberd summoned a primal right on their doorstep, and Garlemald is not like to let such shows of defiance go unanswered. 'Twas a declaration of war, even if it was not Ilberd's to make, and now we are bound by it, for weal or for woe. The Scions stand ready to serve, General. What would you ask of us? As stated in my message, the Alliance will not proceed without the support and cooperation of the Alamegan people. We would have you serve as our emissaries and make contact with the Resistance. Consider it done, General. We won't let you down, I swear. Then I'll leave it to you then. Godspeed. Of all the castles in the world, you walk into mine. Master Garland, what brings you here? A certain missing Alagan weapon and draconic primal, Omega and Shinryu, I think the shinobi called it. Anyway, we've been studying their trail of destruction, hoping it might lead us somewhere, which it singularly failed to do. Then 'tis like Omega fell to the earth in occupied territory, meaning it may already be in Imperial hands. Even so, it bears repeating that we engaged the stasis systems, assuming the command was received and executed successfully. The weapon will be of no use to them, assuming we should hurry up and find it regardless. All the more reason to reach out to the Resistance. If we want to press on into Garibaldi, we'll need their blessing. Everyone's counting on us. Let's not waste any more time talking. Keep to the north and cross upstream. The Black Bridge belongs to the Guardians, for now. I do hope you're not thinking about running off to help Master Garland. It is not your duty to solve all the world's problems, you know. Were Omega not a threat to us all, its effectiveness in subduing draconic foes would seem almost admirable. But such weapons are doomed to be misused. Let us pray we never have need of its services again. The bridge over the Volodina River has always held great strategic importance. Hence the Guardian's decision to transform it into a fortified installation. Needless to say, we will not be crossing there. If anyone can determine the fate of Shinryu and Omega, it's Master Garland. For now, let us let us remain focused on our current mission. As you've probably heard, there are plenty of factions in the Resistance, so I'm taking us to see the one with the most influence. The headquarters are located in a place called Roll's Reach, an old temple to the east of here, across the Volodina River. I learned a route that should allow us to avoid Imperial patrols. Stick with me and we'll be there before you know it. They call it the East End because it marks the end of the Black Shroud. Note the sparser vegetation. On your guard. The Imperials know these lands better than we. It's so quiet, almost as though the Imperials haven't been here for some time. At the risk of upsetting the cartographic fraternity, I can't help observing that East End depends entirely on one's perspective. I mean, people don't even think of it as Gridana anymore, do they? Still with me? Good. From here we'll head northeast towards the river. The water's not too deep, so we won't have to swim. Crystal was right. We need to cross before the Imperials spot us. We should not linger here in the open. Ha, see, brother? Nothing to worry about, though no one would blame you for donning your buoyancy aids just in case. At a glance, it certainly seems shallow enough. I don't see any soldiers. Good, let's cross. You're wondering about the tower to the south. It's part of Castellum Volodina. That's what the Imperials decided to call the old bridge after they fortified it. I call it a great eyesore. Honestly, you see that rotten banner from absolutely miles away. They never miss a chance to rub our noses in it, do they? Come on, we should keep moving. least did well. It is reassuring. And we didn't run afoul of even a single patrol. What a pleasant surprise, in that there were no surprises. So, the reach lies beyond, but I do not see a path. Are we there yet? We're here. On the other side of this pass is Rolga's Reach. So you say, but all I see are rocks. I presume there is some sort of trick to this? Indeed, a glamour. Good eye, Ishtok. I don't know their ranks, or mayhap an artificer trained in the modification of glamour prisms. Something like that. The important thing is that it fools the Garleans. Oh, before we go in, I don't know if Jotaro told you, but my friend Nago, the messenger who came to the Rising Stones, is a member of this faction. So they know us, and they shouldn't attack us on sight. That said, they can be a bit jumpy, so let me lead the way, and, don't go reaching for your weapons or anything. And with a sprinkling of demasking dust, all is laid bare. Impressive or no, 20 years is a long time for even so complex a glamour to escape the Empire's notice. Let's pray they are amenable to our proposal. United, we stand to accomplish so much more. Seeing it now, I feel rather foolish for not having deduced it earlier. I suppose you could disguise almost anything with a glamour prism, if you really wanted to. Have you ever used one? Why am I asking? Of course you haven't. All clear. Let's go. Let's go.
I remember the old stories, how the Breaker of Worlds came down from on high and cleft the earth with a single blow. Rhalga's Reach, a holy place, and a fitting home for the Resistance, for the brave and the true, the loyal sons and daughters of Alamigo. They were waiting for us there, men and women whose souls still cried out for what was lost, for what could be ours again. It's hard to feel at ease with that giant statue looking down at you. This temple was once home to the Fist of Rolga, as I recall. Yes, there is no mistaking that statue. Ordinarily, I'd shudder at the thought of armed rebels trampling about in an ancient temple of immense historical importance, but Rolga is the Breaker of Worlds, so it seems rather appropriate if anything. Fascinating. A massive, nigh imperceptible glamour encompassing the entire valley. I see now how the settlement was able to escape the watchful eyes of Imperial airships. It's good to see Nago up and moving again. I wasn't there when
I wasn't there when she headed home, so I naturally assumed she'd left too soon. Always overdoing it, that one. Oh, so you really came. I never thought I'd see you again, but I'm glad. I'm glad. Pleasure to see you again. And Kryle and Shola, without whose help I might not be standing here today. At least not so soon. You'll forgive us our precautions, but we couldn't be sure who'd crossed the barrier. Now we see you now for who you are, though, the Scions of the Seventh Dawn. Now, I know you would not have come all this way unless you had something important to say, and I'm eager to hear what it is you have to say. Let's not do this on our doorstep, eh? Come with me. When we first met back in the Shroud, I took you for just another adventure. But Rolga, I still can't believe how far you've come. Shit.
Allow me to welcome you once more to Rauga's Reach, our humble headquarters. My name is Conrad Kemp, and I have the dubious honor of overseeing operations here.
It is a pleasure to meet you, Master Kemp. I am Alphino Leveilleur of the Scions of the Seventh Dawn, as are my comrades. Before I speak of our purpose here, pray allow me to thank you for sheltering Lys, and Papalimo at great risk to yourselves.
No, there's no need for that. They risked their necks for us enough times. 'Twas the least we could do.
I wanted to, about the mask and...
Don't fret over that. You're not the first person to take up arms against the Empire under a false name. We'd do the same if we had any sense. My condolences for your loss, child.
Papalimo laid down his life to save us, to give us a chance to make a better future for ourselves. There will never be a better time to drive the Garleans from our lands. But we have to take the lead on this. We can't leave it to fanatics like Ilberd.
More than a few of our people were taken in by his promises. Followed him all the way to the wall. Good men and women who never came back. When Monago told us what had happened, how the bastard had made sacrifices of them for his twisted ritual, by Rolga, it filled me with an unholy fury. But what's done is done. Best we can do now is see that it wasn't all in vain.
That is why we are here today, sir, to see that some good comes of this tragedy. On behalf of the Eorzean Alliance, we do hereby extend a formal offer of military assistance to the Alamegan resistance.
Do you now? Well, go on then. I'm sure there's more to it than that. So that's the way of it, eh? The Alliance, hoping to avoid a direct confrontation with the superior forces of the Empire, wishes to engage them by proxy with our vastly inferior ones. My comrades and I must confer on your proposal. A moment, if you please.
Of course, Master Camp. Take all the time you require.
To be honest, I already know I want us to work together, but we've still got to talk it over with everyone. We'll need to call the other senior members together before we can make a decision. So the Rudines are willing to fight, say? It's not as though we have to stand around here indefinitely, do we? Papalimo and I weren't entirely honest with you. Though we were sheltered in Little Alameda at first, we spent most of our time here, working with Conrad and his people. But you probably guessed that the moment... But you probably guessed that the moment I led you to the Reach, didn't you? So they would have us wait. Very well. Can't imagine that they would refuse, but if they did... So, it would seem that we find ourselves with a surfeit of free time. Ah, forgive me, you're free to look around Rorga's Reach. In fact, I would encourage you to do so. It'll give you a better grasp of our current circumstances. Thank you, Master Camp. And I believe we will do just that. Let us make the most of this opportunity and assess the Resistance's capabilities. Free to poke our noses wheresoever we will, eh? I like the sound of that. Well, I already know this place inside out. I can show you around if you like, Femmet. Great, let's get started. bet you think the resistance is mostly made up of Alamegan Highlanders like me, but the truth is we don't even account for half. We've got Hell's Guard from all the way over by the spine in here, then plenty of Seekers of the Sun like Nago. There's even some Beastmen. Well, Beast women, I suppose. Like that one over there, she's an Ananta. They've been with us for a while. Well, one of the small factions has. The rest won't have anything to do with us. We're no different from the Guardians to them. They keep to themselves, spending all their time crafting. Ananta make the most amazing jewelry, by the way. They use magics to twist metals and crystals into shapes you wouldn't believe. It's a pity people hardly get to see their work. But then most don't even know they exist. That's enough about them. Anyway, let's take a closer look at the statue of Ralga, shall we? Pretty awe-inspiring, isn't it? The Breaker of Worlds who guided our ancestors to these lands all those centuries ago. Ida used to tell me the story on stormy nights. She wanted me to understand, to remember. At the end of the 5th astral era, when the waters rose higher and higher, people all across Eorzea beseeched the heavens for a sign, and lo, a burning star appeared in the eastern sky and led the way to these mountains of Giribani. They who were saved by his grace pledged to honor and revere him, to devote themselves to great works without and within. A storm of blood approaches fast. Hells open, heavens weep, for no one soul doth lie beyond the measure of his reach. That last part was inscribed on this stone by a monk of the fifth of Rolga. Yida explained it to me. A day will come, bring strife and sorrow that none may escape. Waste not these precious hours, but in quiet preparation make strong the body and mind. I don't know if that storm of blood is finally upon us, but if it is, I have to believe that everything we've seen through, everything that has led us to this point, will see us through the end. Sorry, that was all a bit melodramatic, wasn't it? Let's keep moving, shall we? Off to the infirmary. Bastards got me in the shoulder. I've still the strength to stand in the battlefield, but I'm no good to anyone like this. We examined the patients and offered what assistance we could. However, for many of their injuries, time and bed rest are the only effective treatments. You too are come to inspect their facilities. As you can see, they have done well to set aside this much space, but their supplies are insufficient. Too many wounded, too little medicine, too much to worry about, so I don't. Instead, I pray every day for the fighting to end. This is the infirmary. As you can probably tell, here's where the resistance healers patch up the wounded and tend to the sick. No matter how carefully we planned our operations, casualties were inevitable. It's a sad thing to think about, but it's also important to remember the cost, as Conrad would say. We should go. Let's see. I'll show you to. We should go. I'll show you the Aetheryte Plaza next. When you've seen one Aetheryte, you've seen them all, right? Well, not quite. This one's an old design, dating back decades, to when the Fist of Rolga was still here. It may look a little different, but it works just as well as any other. I'll show you where the settlers are next, but don't forget to attune to the Aetheryte before we go. Hardly surprising. Where there's war, there's profit to be had. Ah, excellent. They've no shortage of settlers here. Should we have need of their services? Arms, armor, potions, you name it. These folks have got it. The resistance would be in a bad way without brave merchants to keep it provisioned. If you're short on anything, or you need something repaired, these are the people to talk to. Oh, Alphino and Alcide are here. Why don't we see how they're getting along? Come to take the measure of our friendly neighborhood merchants. They're a bold lot, that much is plain. If the Imperials found out they were peddling their wares to the Resistance, they would be lucky to escape with their lives. 'Tis a gamble, aye, and I admire the courage, but their motives could hardly be said to be altruistic. Ah, here you are. I've been looking all for you. We finished discussing your proposal, and we're ready to receive you all back at the tent. I've sent someone to fetch stolen Kryl, so if you'd like to follow me. We'll begin once the others arrive. Sorry to have kept you waiting, but matters such as these demand due deliberation.
Thank you all for waiting. We have reached a consensus. I, Conrad Kemp, do hereby accept the Eorzean Alliance's proposal. You must understand, however, that our cooperation comes with certain caveats.
Those caveats being...
I take no joy in this, just so you know. Were it within my power, I'd offer you more assistance, but the resistance is far more fragmented than you realize. The men and women in my care belong to but one of many factions. Simply put, I can only speak for the people of Rolga's Reach. Now, I have every intention of appealing to the others, and I expect many will agree, but it will take time, and I cannot guarantee universal support.
Understood. I shall see that the Alliance is under no misapprehensions as to your position.
Much obliged. But that's not the whole of it. As you can imagine, the loss of those who cast their lot with the Griffin left us short on numbers. Some of our most trusted veterans died at the wall, and we've had to fill their posts with the young and inexperienced. Frankly, everything's in a right bloody mess.
Oh, we'd be more than happy to help you get back on your feet. If we're going to work together, we'll be doing ourselves a favor.
Well, there's no shortage of work to be done, that's for sure. We're in dire need of new blood, too.
Ishtola and I could lend a hand in the infirmary. From what I saw, they could do with a few more healers.
Very well. I, for my part, shall return to the Rising Stones. I'm certain there are others among the Scions who would welcome the opportunity to fight for Alamegan liberation.
Is there anything else we can do to help?
I had something else in mind for you lot. Monargo and Mefrid will tell you more.
Understood. We won't let you down.
Ha! As if they're wearing out. Now that we've dealt with the formalities, we can get to work. I'm glad you're with us, friend. Pinch me if I'm dreaming, because I'd swear it's finally happening. The whole of Eorzea, committed at last to the liberation of Alamigo. What a relief. For a moment there, I really wasn't sure which way it was going to go. Right then, Monargo and Mefrid are to be our keepers. Knowing naught of what they require, one task is as good as the other. Make your choice, Femmet. At the risk of repeating myself, it's hard for me to believe that we met again here, of all places. Though I reckon you probably don't remember me after all this time, eh? No, it was a lifetime ago. There's no need to apologize. But know that down in Quarry Mill, we didn't forget about you, nor the lives you saved. As for me, I went to Little Alamego's while Galleon was recovering. Gundobald was my former commander and an old friend, and I had a lot on my mind. In the end, I decided to disband our unit. I told the men to live their lives as they saw fit. Some chose to remain in Little Alamego. The others went to Uldar for work. But as you can see, I chose to come back to Garabania and join Conrad and the others. I've kept busy since then, ferrying people and provisions across the border and back. It's not been easy, but it's been fulfilling. Today, however, we'll be heading east into the peaks. Conrad thinks we might have better luck. We might have luck finding new recruits in the village of Alagana. Alagana? If you're going there, you're taking me with you. Ah, that's right. You're from Arlagan, aren't you, Lise? By all means, we'd welcome the company. There'll be more to it than just asking them around, but we can talk about it on the way. Make your preparations and meet me by the tunnel to the peaks. Before we begin, I'd like to thank you and Science again for patching me up after I bled all over your floor. I owe you my life, and I won't forget that. Furthermore, it was rude of me to run off without saying a word. It's all well and good me claiming my duties here couldn't wait, but a parting thank you was the very least you deserved. My apologies. And thank you. Now, to business. Commander Kempson trusted me with a formal reply to be hand delivered to the Alliance leadership. It covers everything we discussed, as well as detailing the disposition of our forces. What I need is an escort, 1 or 2 men at most, so we can make it to the wall swiftly and without attracting undue attention. Very well, I shall join you in this. General Al-Din commands the forces at Castrum Orient. Should be simple enough to see it into his hands. Great, it's just what I wanted to hear. When you're ready to depart, meet me at the pass leading out of the Reach. I leave you in my officer's capable hands, and them in yours. Ida and I were born in Aligana, though I can't say I remember much about it. If you're looking for a tunnel to the peaks, it's right this way. This tunnel will take us all the way to the peaks. We're on a mission for Conrad to Aligana. Clear the barricade if you would. Aye, sir. Shouldn't take more than a moment. There are more villages out there. There are more villages there than out here. But also more Imperials keeping a close eye on things. We'll need to tread carefully. Way's clear. After you, Femmet.
I remember the peaks of Girabania, silent watchmen that would stand long after we were gone. We came seeking allies to join us in the fight against the Empire. People who had had enough. People who had suffered every possible indignity, who had been treated like animals, day after day after day.
This wasn't the work of the Garleans, but of Theodoric. His army massacred the monks here decades ago, but by the time the Black Wolf arrived with his legion, it was already a ruin. We've a glamour in place here too, as you might have noticed. So far as the Imperials are concerned, this is not more than a testament to the savage impulses of a lesser race. Remember though, once we leave these ruins, we'll have no glamour to conceal us. The east is to the east. The villages to the east. Keep watchful patrols as we move. Gods, look at that tower to the southeast. How long did it take them to build it? Narrow Imperial in sight. That's a mercy. Aligana's due east. Past that bridge. Follow me, it's not much further. I couldn't have been older than 5 when we left this place. My memories are hazy at best. You can rest easy. We made it. This is Alagana. It feels strange coming home like this. I always imagined it would be... Oh, sorry. That has nothing to do with why we're here. We need recruits. Aye, we do. But as I said back at the Ridge, it's a little more complicated than just asking for volunteers these days. As you know, we're short-handed because many of our people were taken in by the Griffin's promises and went to the war, never to return. It wasn't just them though. Folks from all over, including some of my former comrades, answered his call to arms. As for why we're here, as for why we came to this particular village, it's rumoured Alagana lost a few youths as well. If there's truth to that, then there could be others sympathetic to the cause. Then again, after the Griffin's betrayal, they may be suspicious of outsiders claiming allegiance to the resistance, and rightfully so. So, with all that in mind, how are we supposed to convince them to join? I mean, I knew it wouldn't be as simple as giving a speech in the village square. Not if you didn't want the place to be burned to the ground, no. You might as well piss in the Viceroy's eye. We'll need to be a good deal more circumspect than that. You'll never know when an Imperial spy is listening. We must speak with the Elder first. I know for a fact he can be trusted. We'll listen to what he has to say and decide what to do after. That sounds like a plan. Let's hope there are still some brave men and women here willing to fight. Ragenfried, the village elder, is over by the shore. No time like the present. Let's have a word.
Don't know you, traveller. You a merchant? You'll find not much custom here.
Greetings and well met, Elder, and sincerest apologies that I did not send word ahead of our arrival. Too long have I been away from Alagana, and I would know of your recent troubles.
Ah, you are comrades of Methred, I see. Speak on, though I suspect I know your purpose.
The Griffin came with many men, and left with many more. Such is the rumour, is it? Is it true?
He lit a fire in their hearts and then dangle a dream before their tired eyes. And now you come to steal away what few remain.
The Griffin was a traitor and a madman. We had no part in his schemes. We have made an agreement with the Alliance. This time it will be different.
This time, cold comfort to the dead and the ones they left behind. How much more must we give before you've had your fill? But surely you hate the Empires just as much as we do. They took our lands, our traditions, even our gold, and they demand a fifth of what little we've got left. I hate the bastards with every fibre of my being. But hate's not enough, Mefrid. We can't keep doing this. I'll not tell anyone you can. I'll not tell anyone you came, but you need to go now. Leave us be and never return. You've got no right to speak to us like that. I've got a quarry that was producing barely enough to keep us fed, and that was before half our young men and women went off to die for your bloody cause. So yes, I've got every right to tell you to leave my village. No, you don't, because it's my village too, my home. What in the hell are you on about? Wait, I know those eyes. You want a Curtis's girls? Lise Hext, and I'm here to take back my homeland. By Rolga, the last time I saw you, you were... I didn't even know if you were still alive. And I never thought you would come. I almost didn't, and my sister never will. Lots of others won't either, and that's why we've got to carry on the fight. You even sound like him. As you say, I've got no right to tell you to leave. Alagana's as much as your home as it is mine. But I'll say it again, we can give no more. Yes, I heard you the first time. Let's go. Do what you will and say what you like. You'll find no recruits here. We didn't come here to fight. I hope we haven't made a mess of things. I hope we haven't made a mess of things. That could have been handled better, but what's done is done. At least we've been granted permission to stay. I was hoping Ragnfried would help us recruit some of his people, but that clearly isn't going to happen. If we're to convince any of them to join, we'll first need to regain their trust. It's risky and hardly subtle, but I say we approach the villagers directly, see what problems they've got, and if we can do anything to help. Makes sense to me. Let's split up and ask around.
You facing Alagana? Huh? What would you ask of me then? A stranger and generous soul. Besides, bollocks, there's no more suspicious than a good Samaritan. On the other hand, if you were an Imperial agent, I expect you to go about your business with more discretion. Bugger me, you really are here to help, aren't you? Very well, I'll take you up on your offer, stranger. My little brother's working the docks by Grim and Enid. He's got something for me. Can you go and get it? Right then, Frightened Curl's his name. Ask him for the leftovers. He ought to understand.
You'd best keep your distance if you know what's good for you. Say your piece and move on. Looking for folks down there, luck. Congratulations, you found one. As you can see, my leg ain't what it used to be. Some days I can hardly walk for the pain. Mornings are the worst. especially after cold nights. Hard labour's right out. Too much pain and trouble for others. There's a tea what helps with it, though. I need to grind a chapuli yarn and a hornbill talent for the blend. Eh? You'll go and get some for me, just like that? You needn't trouble yourself so.
I've left over, are you? I'm not like my brothers that send someone instead. So be it. It's all in the stacks over yonder. They're bleeding heavy, mind, so be careful when you pick them up.
You've been gone a while. What brings you back to Algana? Oh, I never meant to. I mean, times like this, you never think people would well, actually. This country's hard on people, but it's not just that. The Imperials, they've made it known I'm not to be helped. A dead man's good for one lesson, you know, whereas a live one. You're with the Resistance, right? I suppose there's no reason not to tell you then. My father, God's rest his soul, was deathly sick at the time, and so I'd gone out to the forest, spear in hand, to gather herbs, and then I had a good fortune to run into an Imperial patrol. My weapon marked me as a rebel, so they said. Not that it'd have made a difference if I had fought back. I knew what the lot of them were about the moment that centurion laid eyes on me. Didn't matter in the end, of course. Some people just like to hurt others, and by the time I limped back to the hut, it was too late for my father. Too late for me too. I, and many others, I imagine. Help them too if you like. They'll be grateful to say thank you. But beyond that, I wouldn't hope for much.
Ah, the new face. You have my leftovers. Well, I'll be. You actually went and brought the whole lot. Much obliged, much obliged. It's saltpeter for making fire sand, and in case you're curious what it's all for, the rocks by the lakes have got good deposits. Take half of my brother to pass for any other blood and quarrymen, all the while sweeping up bits and pieces off the side. To bundle up and sell to the sutlers what trade with the resistance. It's a living, and the way of fighting back besides. Our way of spitting the Guardian's eyes for putting out for the Imperial uniform and shipping him off to some faraway province 15 years ago. Don't know if he's alive or dead even. Though if he were alive, he'd not be long for this world if he were caught fighting for the resistance. So this is the best we can do. That's the long and the short of it. We do what we can, though we know it's not enough. I think you'll find that most people ain't much different. Everybody's got a reason, but in the end, the result is the same. I suppose I just want you to know is all that we know why you're here, and that even if we can't join you, we wish we could.
Ah, there you are, Femmet. I've been trying to help the villagers deal with this food shortage of theirs. Recently, the Imperials have been swooping into villages unannounced and seizing supplies in order to prevent the people from stockpiling, in case they might be in league with the resistance. It's not much, but I've taught them a few tricks to better hide what little they've got left. How's Lee's getting on, by the way? You'd think people would be more inclined to trust a little girl, assuming they remember her, that is. No, I didn't mean to.
And where were you these past 20 years? Where were you when we were being ground under the Black Wolf's boot? On the other side of his bastard wall, he lived in the high life, I'd wager.
That's not fair.
Oh, and who's this? Another one of your freedom-loving friends, deigning to help us poor unfortunate souls? Trying to whip us into a frenzy so we'll go and storm the classroom with our pickaxes and shovels. Leave, all of you, before you bring a cohort down all us all. And you, don't you dare speak like you're one of us. You can't even begin to understand what we've been through. You ain't here, Reese. You weren't here. This is my home, and I love it with all my heart. And if you truly have any love for it, you'll keep us out of your damn. You'll keep us out of your doomed rebellion. You'll keep us out of your doomed rebellion.
He has a point. No matter what I say or do, doesn't change the fact that I left them behind. But this isn't about me, or anyone else. It's about Alamigo. Let's go and find Method. I knew it wouldn't be easy, but looks like the Elder wasn't the only one unwilling to hear us out. But I can't blame him, given what happened at the wall. I thought I might be able to appeal to them as a fellow, I don't know. But if anything, it just made them angrier. I haven't lived through it like they have. Can't claim to know the struggle like they do either, at least. I ran too, aye. But if I hadn't, I'd have never met Femmet or the rest of you, and we might not be here today in a position to make a difference. So I don't regret my choices, nor will I apologise for them. There's more than one way to fight.
Help! Someone! Anyone! We need help!
I don't like the sound of that one bit. Let's come on.
Well, Krater, he... the Tribunum and the bloody Ratman, they... damn it all.
You there, take a deep breath and tell us what happened.
It was all business as usual. The Tributans do soon, and they were taking it to the Imperials when the Kicking attacked. They took my brother and our money. Took him where? Ruins to the south of here. Was just an old temple before they came, and... listen, well, Kratter's the only family I got left. I'll lose him, The Ziggurat. If the Ratman took him there, he's as good as dead.
We've got to get after them. We got to get after them. There's even a chance her brother's still alive. We have to try. We can save him if we hurry. Come on.
Shouldn't get hopes up like that. Everyone knows the Ratmen eat their prisoners.
You've got to hurry. The gods only know what could be doing to him. This sword and leg of mine were any good, You're right, Lise. We've got to help him. If not for the missing man, then for the Tributum. The Guardians won't suffer excuses if they're late. So Kratter's being held somewhere at the Ziggurat to the south, which has been taken over by a host of Kicker bandits. That about covers it then. Be prepared for a fight. They may not be the most challenging foes, but there's sure to be a lot of them.
Please, let me go. I'm begging you. I don't want to die.
Hear that? I think it came from the top of the ziggurat.
Who is come loot our bad flesh? I was to eat house eat.
If we knew it'd come to this. We knew it'd come to this. Kill them quick before they alert the others.
Why, Rolga, what did I ever do to do this, deserve this? I've gone to bed hungry for months. I'm skin and bones. I'd hardly make a snack and much less a meal. Oh, you found him. Oh, wait, are you here to rescue me?
Your sister sent us. It's going to be alright.
My sister? Oh, Rolga, be praised, she's safe. And you lot fought your way in here just for me. To think there's still good, brave folk out in this world.
We should go before the kicker return force. Do you still have the Tributum?
Oh, by gods, Tributum. The Imperials will be wondering where I am. I have to go.
What? Right now? In your condition?
You don't understand. We were given a warning last month for being short. If I don't make it in time, there's no telling what will happen to me and my sister.
I'm glad we saved him, but seeing him run off like that, got a bad feeling about this. Unlike him, or barely considered people under Imperial rule. They're to work hard and pay the taxes. If they don't, there'll be 7 hells to pay. Beatings, imprisonment, enslavement. As for your womenfolk, well... Listen, Femmet. Meffred, I think we need to go after Workrata. Wait, you'd better not be thinking of stopping them. You heard what he said, and if they don't pay one way, they'll pay another. I know that, I do. I don't want to interfere. I just want to see that he makes it there safely. That's the sum of it. Fine. Let's head down to see if we can't pick up his trail. Any luck? A chocobo feather, is it? Aye, by my reckoning it came from Workrata's bird, in which case, there's a collapsed bridge just around the bend. Hug the rocks and stick to the shadows. We'll find him soon enough. Can they really see us all the way up there in that tower? Any minute now. Expect he'll be coming thundering round bend here. And, hear that? Get ready. Get to cover. Quickly now.
Are they Imperials?
Worse. Skulls. Listen, Lise. Whatever happens, stay hidden and do not intervene. Understood?
What?
You there! Halt! You know you shouldn't be here. Explain yourself.
Forgive me, sir. I came to deliver the tributum.
Oh, aye. A likely story. Only a fool would dare to come so late. Or, mayhap, a resistance spy.
No, you've got it all wrong. I was waylaid by bandits. It's not my fault.
I said halt!
Is this a joke? You don't seriously expect us to believe this is a fifth? How stupid do you think we are?
It is, I swear, on my mother's life.
Spare us. You came late, you lied about bandits, and then you tried to cheat the Empire of its due.
Think you can kill them all? Including the ones watching from the tower? Even if you did, others would come for him and his family. You'd be condemning them all to a life of hard labor, assuming they didn't just execute them, that is.
But it isn't fair!
bloody fault we're stuck out here patrolling this god's-forsaken wasteland. It's your fault I have to listen to people go on and on about how Alan Egans can't be trusted. I've worked and toiled harder than any man. I'm a citizen, goddammit! And what are you? A stupid, stubborn little dog who'd sooner bite the hand that feeds him and pine for the good old days.
That's enough! Lord Xenos is expecting our report.
I bet the poor bastard can't believe his luck. He gets to go home. We should do the same.
We could have done something instead of just letting it happen. I've heard their commander was keen-eyed, but gods, that was a near thing. Tears me up inside to see our own kinsmen do the bidding of Viceroy. But they've made their choice, and if it comes to it, I'll cut down every last one of them myself. Crater is alive, and the tribute's been paid. That's all that matters for now. I, for one, would rather not wait here to see. Wait around to see if the skulls decide to return. We'd best get back to Allegan and tell Ragnfried his man's got the job done. We owe you a debt of gratitude for what you did. Crater told me everything about how you fought with the kick gun and saved his life. For all the good it did, we saw what happened when he met with the skulls. How they beat him half to death. We could have stopped them. I reckon you could. Meffrey's a warrior, as is your comrade. And you're strong, like your father. That much is plain. But I think Rolga you did not. But I think Rolga you not. Because it would not have ended with them. Crater and his sister would have been branded insurgents, if not the whole lot of us. Bones heal, scars fade, but the dead remain dead. We're alive, and that's more than can be said for God only. For the gods only know how many of us. That's enough for you, is it? To put up with whatever they do to you, so long as you get to see another day. That's right. You grit your teeth and you learn to live with the pain. I'll admit, I was quick to judge your lease, and for that I apologise. I know you and yours mean well. I do. I'm telling you, God's in the heavens as my witness. That we've got nothing left to give. We can't help you. I understand. Thank you for your honesty. She may say it, but she doesn't mean it. Nor would I expect her to. Her father was stubborn as an ox too. She's set on walking the same path. I but pray she won't follow it to the same end. Well, she took that better than I expected, which isn't saying much, I suppose. We'll just go and see if she's alright. Sorry about running off like that. Alan Megan's terrorizing their own. I just can't accept it, you know. No matter what he thinks, they shouldn't have to put up with it day after day after day. I'm not completely naive, you know. I didn't expect them to storm a castrum with their pickaxes and shovels, or whatever it was. But nor did I expect Wakrata to just lie there in the dirt while they kicked him. I can't claim to know their plan. I can barely remember this place or even my father's face. But I remember Ida's. I remember how scared she was when we ran, and that look in her eyes when she talked about home. Her home, but not mine, is it?
There you are, Lise. I've been looking all over for you.
Well, you found me. Got something else to say?
That I do. I said some things to you before that I shouldn't have. 'Twasn't my place to do so, and I'm sorry. All that rubbish I spouted about love of my village, but one of ours is in need. I was cowering here with all the others. I didn't even think to go after Wakrata, but you did. Made me feel like the bloody hypocrite I am. If I truly cared for my people, I'd fight for them. So I will, if you'll have me.
You're asking to join the resistance?
When you put it like that, I suppose I am. But not just me, there are others I know who've been thinking about it for a while now. There's not much of us, and we're not hardened warriors like you lot, but...
If your heart bleeds for Alamega, then that's good enough for me. You and yours are more than welcome at Rolg's Reach.
Thank you, sir. You won't regret this. I'll go and speak to the others and send word when we're ready.
Still think this isn't your home? No, I was just thinking out loud. And with that, my friends, our mission is concluded. Let us return to the Reach. If you don't mind, I was thinking of staying here and assisting Meffred with the training of new recruits. First of all, allow me to commend you both on a job well done. Though nothing went according to plan, we nevertheless managed to attract some new recruits, and it was your passion and conviction that moved them to join. Thank you. No, thank you for giving me the opportunity to find out what our people have been through all these past 20 years. It's been humbling. And troubling, too. I'd heard about the skulls, but that was the first time I'd ever seen them in flesh. I know you say they're the same as any Imperial soldiers, and maybe that's how I'll have to think of them myself if our paths ever cross on the battlefield, but...
When?
not if. That day will come, Liz. You can't afford to hesitate when it does. Young, old, conscript, citizen, Guardian, Alamegan, none of that matters. They've all got their reasons, but they're no better than yours, especially when they're bearing down on you, blade in hand. Saying that, I don't want to kill them any more than you do. If I could convince them to lay down their arms, I would. Sadly, I've never been much of a talker myself, but who knows? Maybe you could be one, Lise. Your father certainly was. Right then, I'd best begin preparing for these new recruits. Femmet, Lise, it's been a pleasure. There's a sightseeing log, unless I'm mistaken. Do you perchance know a woman named Millith? Ha! What are the odds? Millith is my niece, lest you wonder, and she has told me much more about you in her letters. But where are my manners? Ulgar Ironheart, at your service. I am an explorer, like most will clan. My niece bade me to share with you such knowledge that I have accumulated. Here, lend me your log. Let's see now. Definitely there, and there, and there, and there. Yes, that ought to suffice. My explorations have taken me far and wide, but dearest to my heart are the regions of Alamega. Beauteous are their ruggedness, and lands of Far East, glorious in their diversity. There are more wondrous sights to be seen in these places, and I have written down the directions to them. Some will prove more difficult to find, to reach than others, but if you're even half as resourceful as Lilith says you are, I'm confident you will find them all. And with that, I shall leave you to resume your adventures. Go forth, my friend, and take in such breathtaking vistas as even my father, the great Roderick Ironheart, could not see in his lifetime. Let us defer to Mnaga with regards to the route. While we could just as easily head back the way we came, there could be a number of reasons why we should not. Got everything you need? Good, let us be off. Why have we stopped? Is Artemis? Is Artemis? Quiet. Hear that? That was a cerulean engine backfiring. Imperials. Ye gods, you have preternatural senses. I didn't hear a thing. When you grow up hunting in these lands, you learn to discern the sounds that could mean life and death, be they of a hunter or a patrol. From what I'm hearing, we have a 7-man patrol augmented with a single Magitech armor. Wide search pattern. Divided into 2? No. 3 teams. I don't think they know we're here. It's risky, but we should split up and try to take them all by surprise at the same time. I don't want them to call. I don't want them calling reinforcements. 3 teams, 3 of us. Nothing for it then. Where are they? Head north. You should see them long before they see you. I'll deal with the ones to the south. The armor should be just to the west. Femmet's best equipped to deal with that. We attack in 5. That should be enough time to get into position. Rendezvous on the west bank after. Any questions? No? Then good luck. I'm pleased to report that the Empire is short 3 soldiers. Not that any self-respecting legatus would be sorry to lose them. It looks like everything went to plan. Not that I'm surprised. 3 soldiers I faced didn't put up much of a fight. Most of the Imperials we get out here are conscripts from other provinces with little training and even less conviction. It's grim work, killing men and women like that. But I don't doubt that they'd do the same to you if the roles were reversed. And don't you dare pity a man in armor, conscript or no. A man piloting one of those can kill a dozen good men in the blink of an eye. Not that I need to tell you that, after what happened at the wall. Right, I believe we've rested long enough. We should resume our journey before someone notices their missing troll. More soldiers. I didn't think they'd come this far west, but better to be safe than sorry. We're clear. Only Alliance patrols ahead. You said the forces that cast from Orions were under the command of the Flame General Raubon al-Din, did you not? By Ralga, the Bull of Algamigo himself. I never dreamed I'd have the chance to meet the legend. I've returned from a survey of the wall but a moment ago, but we have yet to recover Papalimo's personal effects. I'm sorry to say, but you may rest assured that we will notify you and yours the moment we do.
It is good to see you again, my friends. I hope you are here to tell me you have made contact with the Resistance.
We are, General. Allow me to introduce Monago of Rolga's Reach.
At your service, sir. And may I say what an absolute honor it is to stand before the Bull of Alamigo.
These are not the Blood Sands, girl. You and I are but soldiers on a battlefield fighting for the same cause.
As you say, General. On behalf of Commander Kemp of the Alamigan Resistance, I present to you our formal response.
Good. I'm glad we've reached an accord. Though I was not aware you had suffered such losses.
Aye. Some of our finest took part in the Griffin's doomed assault, and we've been struggling to find new recruits ever since. The massacres cast a pall over the whole Resistance, and many who might once have been open to joining us have since thought better of it.
After all of the Griffin's false promises, one can hardly blame them. They haven't...
lie to them. This is war, and lives will be lost. Yet what we offer is not the fever dream of a madman, but true hope.
The people need proof of this, Father. Let us show it to them. I say we stand shoulder to shoulder with our new allies and engage the Garleans in open warfare. The Resistance must demonstrate that they can hold their own against Imperial regulars. And with our assistance, I am confident they can do just that. If we can achieve even a token victory, I believe it will serve to rekindle the hope of the Alamegan people and inspire them to rise up once more.
Aye. Aye. Once word spread that we'd won a battle against the Garleans, I'd wager we'd have new recruits flocking to us from malms around. The question is, when and where do we strike?
I'm glad you asked. I have a plan.
Our scouts recently informed me of an interesting development at Castle Volodna, namely the arrival of a shipment rumored to have come from the research and development facilities near the capital, containing prototype Magitech armor. It is our assessment that this armor is to be field tested here, most likely against Alliance forces, mayhap before the day is out. Damn it all, more Magitech weapons, that's the last thing we need. Your concern is not unwarranted, but we needn't despair just yet. The shipment is thought to have contained a single heavy unit and 1 or 2 support units. With a well-laid ambush, we are confident we can destroy them all, hindering their development and delaying future deployment.
And should we carry this out as a joint endeavor with the Resistance, they will have their rallying cry.
It would mean dropping all pretense about the Alliance not wanting to go to war with the Empire, but you'd have a lot more folk willing to stand up and fight if they knew we weren't alone. And if you were going to have to do it eventually anyway. Exactly. And so what I propose is simple. We harry their patrols to bait them into bringing their prototype weapons to East End, where our Resistance allies will take them from behind.
Simple indeed,
and well within our capabilities. I see no reason to delay, especially if the field test is imminent. What say you? Assuming the Vice Marshal's intelligence is accurate, I agree with his assessment and fully support his plan. I shall notify my comrades at once. Understood. I shall have one of my men bring you the details of the plan anon. And we, for our part, will be fighting with the Alliance, yes? I somehow doubt you were intending to sit this one out. Prototype Magitech armor, eh? This may prove a challenge. Fate has a way of leading one into the most unexpected alliances, does it not?
We've been careful to avoid needless shows of force this side of the wall, but that's all about to change, and when it does, you may be sure they'll send new toys out to entertain us. I would ask you to join them. I would ask you to participate in this operation, but that from the look I see, it is foregone conclusion. My thanks. Per Pippin's plan, we need to turn East End into an Imperial graveyard. You're a dab hand at this, and I'd be a fool not to use you. Head to this spot on your map, right here, aye? Head to this spot on your map, right here, aye. A patrol should be along shortly.
deal with them, then rendezvous with the rest of us at this location. Go well, Femmet. Femmet-Selch of the Twin Adders, just the moment I wanted to say. We've misplaced a great number of Garlean drones taken from Belsar's wall, and by misplaced, I mean the damned things sprang to life and stormed out of the base. They need to be dealt with before any civilians come to harm. Being familiar with Magitech as you are, I can think of no one better to assist us. If you would be willing to help us, go and speak with Lieutenant Gnibbenfar. Go speak with Lieutenant Gnibbenfar. She is overseeing the initiative to terminate the drones.
Femmet-Selch, your assistance is greatly appreciated. The drones were not in our possession for very long, but a cursory inspection showed that they are made with the heretofore unknown metal alloy. They are but impervious to traditional firearms, which is why we commissioned Garland Ironworks to fashion a weapon capable of penetrating their armor. It has been fitted to a suit of magic armor, which I would ask you to pilot. If I'm not mistaken, this would not be your first time you've piloted one of these suits. It should take you no time, then, to familiarize yourself with the controls. Now, the drones were last sighted due east of here, and to the north along the Vlodina River. I fear recapturing them is out of the question, so do whatever you deem necessary to stop them.
information was inaccurate. Seeing the patrol never came. All went to plan then. Good. Our scouts report that a unit escorting the prototype weapons has left Castellum Verlaudna. The resistance is already in position, so we have but to wait for our guests to arrive.
Things looked grim for us after Cartano, didn't they? Oh, how they doubted us. Yet here we are, right as rain, with fancy new toys to put through their paces. It's like all my name days have come at once! Well, 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 if it isn't Garland's little troublemaker. I can't wait to see the look on Xenos' face when I bring him your head. That is, if my secret weapons here don't grind it into mush! Attack! Get after them, damn you! Now
Raging Bull!
One who fights and runs, and runs. What the? Who in the hells are you lot?
Fralamego! Let none escape! Fralamego!
Miracles of Magitech design, my arse! I've passed harder stools than these piles of scrap. You'll pay for this. Mark my words, the next time we meet will be the last.
Aye, run and tell your Viceroy. The day belongs to El Amigo! Yeah! Yeah!
Well done, all of you. I'd call this operation a resounding success. Can't say I'm surprised. The Bull of Alamigo had an impressive military record before he went to West, as I recall. Credit where it's due, Master Captain. 'Twas Marshal Tarubin who made this plan, and all of you, Resistance and Alliance alike, who carried it out to perfection.
Aye, that they did. Not a single casualty, for which I'm grateful beyond words. I've no doubt our comrades back at the Reach will feel the same.
As will ours.
It's been a pleasure, General. Until the next battle, Minago, I leave the signs in the OK.
We shall return to the castrum then. Femmet, Mistress Lavier, once more you have my thanks, as Master Kemp said, till your next battle. That brute of an Imperial officer was a force to be reckoned with. with, wasn't he? A fool, mayhap, but he held his own against the Flame General. I'd heard stories, but to actually see you in action, I almost found myself pitying the Imperials. Seriously though, it was inspirational. Ah, but you must be tired of hearing that, eh? I'll keep it simple then. Thanks for the help. Thanks for the help out there. Well, there's no reason to remain out here any long. Well, there's no reason to remain here any longer. Let's head back to the Reach. Welcome back. I take it the drones have been disposed of then. Excellent work. We were fortunate to have your presence. Wait. We were quite fortunate for your presence, save for Lieutenant Gnibinvar. None of our men could even activate a suit of Magitech armor, let alone pilot it in combat. I only pray that it isn't our detriment in the future. There's still plenty more of those drones out there along Baelsar's wall, if any more of them should suddenly stir. At any rate, we will continue working with Garland Ironworks so that should such a day come, we will be ready. The tale will need to be spread far and wide if it is to help the Resistance draw new recruits. Fortunately, Monago is eager to see to that. Thank you for your help in Aliana. I'll admit that I didn't have high hopes for when we set out, but the results speak for themselves. Well done. You didn't have to take part in the operation, but you did. You went above and beyond what was asked of you, without hesitation, and for that we do owe you an apology. We do owe you a debt. Our victory may not count for much in practical terms, but its symbolic value can't be overstated. Alliance and Resistance fighters came together to face an Imperial unit equipped with Garlemald's newest weapons and smashed them. The people will remember this day.
Aye, that they will, for it marks the beginning of something greater than any single victory. The beginning of a campaign by a united Aeors yet to drive the Garleans from our lands. Promises and platitudes mean naught without action, but the Alliance took the field and risked their lives for our cause. Ha! To think that the last time Gridanian troops trod this soil was more than a century ago, during the Jotun War, and that was to defend against our invasion. Ours is a long and bloody history, to be sure, and it gives me heart to see that despite our acrimonious past, we can still come together for the sake of the future.
Well said, Commander, which is why I intend to go from village to village and spread word of our victory and our new alliance. The people will flock to our banners. Just you wait and see. Femmet, Alize, I cannot thank you enough for your assistance. I cannot thank you enough for your assistance.
Owing to the efforts of you all, we have accomplished a great deal in a short time. The Resistance thanks you for your service, Scions.
I see operations here have been proceeding apace in my absence. Welcome back, brother dearest. I take it your efforts to gather new recruits were successful. Indeed, there were several amongst the Scions ranks that were quite eager to take part in our joint endeavor with the Resistance, whom I am come to present. Commander Cap, if I may, my name is Erenvold Lentinus, a half-breed, as you can doubtless tell. I'm here to fight for free Alamigo, where women like my mother are never made to suffer. I pray you grant me this honor.
You are a true born son of Girabania, same as me. This is not my honor to grant, but yours to freely take. Welcome, brother. With our swelling ranks and the aid of the Eosian Alliance and the Scions of the Seventh Dawn, I believe we will soon be in a position to seize the initiative. Once our new recruits have received sufficient training, I will propose to General Aldin that we draw up plans for an assault on Castellum Vlodna.
Then, in the meantime, we will make what preparations we can. Meanwhile, at the Royal Palace of Alamigo,
Alliance forces have occupied Castrum Oriens and taken up positions along the length of the wall. Our patrols have engaged their reconnaissance parties on site, but there have been no significant exchanges, save one. A unit tasked with field testing prototype Magitech weapons was attacked. The weapons were destroyed with the unit sustaining near-total casualties.
Near total? Go on.
My lord, there was but a single survivor from the unit in question, which falls under my command. According to his report, they were ambushed by a contingent of Eorzean Alliance regulars, abetted by resistance insurgents.
A simple ambush and only one survivor. A fine day's work. The stubbornness to survive is not without worth. He may live. However, the 12th is no place for the weak.
He shall be relegated at once, my lord. As you say, the 12th is no place for cowards who count their lives more precious than the cause.
Indeed, indeed. We have no need of cowards.
My lord,
Cowards, who defer critical missions to their subordinates, who hide within their castra, never meeting their prey in battle, never staring into the whites of their eyes. Why? When confronted with a heretofore unknown icon, did we surrender the wall to the Alliance? Because my honored father, in his infinite wisdom, has not seen fit to grant us leave to march on their lands. Accordingly, we have extended an invitation to our neighbors. Gir Abania is where we shall host them. The field upon which we shall enjoy the sport of kings. Patience is paramount. Cornered animals may have spirit, but they are ultimately predictable and very poor sport. But if one dangles the promise of freedom before them while nipping at their heels to stoke their passion, then things become interesting. It is a delicate dance, one which asks much of my hounds. And so I put the question to you, my fellow huntsman. How shall we deal with these savages?
My lord, I have a proposal.
Silence, Alamegan! You do forget yourself! Only by the grace of Lord Van Baelsar were you afforded a place here, and that in name alone. We have no need of your proposals, savage.
This savage yearns to hunt her own. The floor is yours, Commander.
Thank you, my lord.
I feared it would take longer to rouse the people to action after the destruction at the wall, but it seems our countrymen are not so easily discouraged. Change is on the horizon, my friends.
Renago did well to spread the word of our victory in the East End. Hardly a day goes by without some would-be recruit arriving, inspired by the tale. Arenvold is not much older than I am. We would often chat about this and that whenever I paid a visit to the Waking Sands. I knew he had strong feelings about Alamigo and the occupation, but mayhap I underestimated his passion. It's all happening so fast. Isn't it exciting? Oh shit. Long did I resolve never again to take up sword or spear, at first for sport, then entirely. But a chance encounter with young Ironval served to remind me that not all battles are as empty as those fought upon the blood sands. Ulfno asked for a volunteer, so here I am. First Ishgard, now Alamigo, eh? No rest for the righteous. For so long I struggled to make sense of that day at Waking Sands. Why I survived when Arba and Auli didn't. Not today, not anymore. Right then, I've got duties to attend to. Mayhap we could assist with you with said duties. We are here to help after all. The three of you have been busy, so I will understand if you require time to rest. If not, however, it would seem sensible to assist our allies with their preparations. We'd be grateful for any and all help you can offer. If you ask around, I guarantee you won't be want for work. I beg your pardon. The woman who bested Gaius van Balsar wishes to offer me her assistance. I say this is highly irregular, though I have heard you have a penchant for aiding the common mind, in which case, before the occupation I was a humble historian. While my duties leave me scarce time for all else, I think it important that these events be recorded for the benefit of future generations. Primary sources are indispensable, and I had a mind to question a number of my fellow freedom fighters, ask them their motivations for taking up this cause and so forth. You may take down their statements in this log. And Femmet, thank you for your service, now and forever.
Why'd I join the Resistance? Well, if you must know, it was to avenge a friend the Imperials butchered before my very eyes. Back in Alamigo. We owned the stall in the markets, and a passing soldier snatched up a piece of fruit. He spoke out before I could stop him, only to get a fulminous steel in the gut for his troubles. I found my way here, and that was that.
You look like a strider in search of comrades in need. If so, I have a task for you. I am a trainer, and I was told to expect new recruits this eve. Yet nary a one has come. Perhaps they were given the wrong time or location. I do not know. They number 5 in all. These would-be warriors. Send them unto me, should you chance to find them.
Why indeed, to save lives perhaps, or to make amends for the ones I couldn't. My father and my brothers were worked to death while building the castrum. What did it matter to the Guardians, eh? More where that lot came from. After that, I couldn't keep on doing nothing. I know, I'm late. But I had to say a prayer for my sister first. After what the Imperials did to her, death was mercy. Aren't you the Archon Slayer? Aren't you the Archon Slayer? Damned if I know why you bothered asking someone like me why I joined the Resistance. But it's simple. I wasn't fighting for Alamigo. I'd been fighting for the Empire. You're either with them or not. If you're with them, well, you might as well make the most of it. Food, training, citizenship if you live long enough. You'll die stealing someone else's land, like as not. But that's the choice. With me, I'd rather die here. Oh, bugger. You were sent by the snake, weren't you? I heard 1 in 4 recruits don't live through the training. That can't be true, right? Oh, bugger, oh, bugger. I was a cook before all this. Simple fare, really. I had chance to lend a hand and feed some refugees one day. Took a liking to the fighters. They believed, you know. And there's always a need for cooks. Or at least people who can work with whatever that fortune parties come up with. The teacher calls for me. I see. We were discussing strategies for disabling Magitech armor, you see. Yes, of course. There's no time. If you'd excuse me. You want help, do you? Seeing as I'm in no position to leave the stew pot unattended, could you go ask Teb for a variety of spices, for a variety of herbs? 6 sprigs or so of what he's got on hand to suffice. It's not as haphazard as it may seem, depending on the recipe. It doesn't really matter what sort you add. So long as you add something, I'll be here when you get back. Ah, 1,000 pardons. I was so preoccupied was I by the question of whether Alamigo should be a monarchy or republic that I neglected to attend my training. How silly, I know. Until we drive the Imperials from our lands, the question's moot. Training. I was so busy practicing to impress the others that I forgot. Thank you. All recruits are present and accounted for. Thank you. My thanks to you, Strider. Not all approach the rigor with which I train my recruits. Some favor a gentler approach, as if the Imperials will be so kind. 'Tis a thankless job to teach, some say, but I say their survival is thanks enough. Fair to you, well. Herbs, is it? 6 sprigs of whatever's on hand. Afraid can't spare that much. You'll take 2 and be glad of it. The remainder you'll have to gather yourself. Shouldn't be too much of a bother though. You'd be surprised what you can find growing underfoot, even in the reach. Yes. As fascinating as they are varied. You have a knack for convincing others to bear their hearts to you. Could not have done better myself. Many years from now, when these tempestuous times pass into memory, their accounts will serve as a window into the struggle. We must never forget, my friend, never. Ah, there you are. Got those herbs I asked for? Thanks, that'll do nicely. And, sorry to impose upon you, miss. I thought you were a new recruit. Didn't realize until after that you were a... but to answer the question that's probably on your mind, yes. It's always like this. Never enough food or supplies to go around. All the more reason to be grateful when our countrymen can spare some for the cause. Though that comes at a cost, though that comes at a cost too. Too many villages, too many children, more deserving than us. But a man can't fight on an empty stomach. But a man can't fight on an empty stomach, can he? So we partake. So we partake as we must, and we never lose sight of the dream. Damn it! Oh, where could I have got to? Oh, pardon me, fellow lover of freedom and justice. You haven't seen a ward of the Destroyer anywhere, have you? Maybe on the ground as if a certain bloody fool had dropped it. I had been him. I had it this morning. I had much I know for certain, and I've not left the reach since. So it's got to be around here somewhere. If you've got a moment to spare, would you be willing to help me search? I spent some time around the Temple of the Fist earlier, so it might be there. As for me, I'll look around near the the officer's pavilion. They're hardly rare, I know, but I could just as easily buy another. But even so, please help me find it. I swear I've searched high and low, but it just won't turn up. Seven hells, that's the one. That's my one lucky ward. You're a godsend, sister. Before I was born, my mother made a pilgrimage to the Temple of the Fist, where she, like many others, received the blessing of the monks. And then Theodoric came and burned it all to the ground, the mad bastard. And after him came the Guardians, who cared even less for our beliefs. But I still keep to the old ways, as do many others. And when my son is born, I'll teach him the stories and the scripture, as my mother taught me. And with that, another task is complete. Ah, Femmet, I hear you have been keeping busy. Aye, that she has, and we thank her for it.
It pleases me to inform you that our new recruits have completed their initial training and stand ready to contribute. As discussed, Monago, I would have you present my proposal for an assault on Castellum Volodna to General Aldin personally.
Of course, sir. Are you and yours planning to return to the Castromorians before the operation? If so, why don't we travel together? That seems a fine suggestion, but I must consult my comrades ere we leave. But I must consult my comrades ere we depart. Very well. I will wait for you at pass, but not too long. I expect Kryle and Stoller will wish to remain here to support chirurgeons, but nevertheless, we should go and ask them. Been to the peaks and back, have you? Glad to see you're in good health. Is aught amiss? I see. That would explain the sudden flurry of activity outside. This joint operation marks a turning point in our conflict with Garleans. For the first time, the Resistance and the Alliance shall go on the offensive and attempt to capture an Imperial outpost in occupied territory. Personally, I believe it is imperative that we offer them our full support, as was the case with Ishgard. However,
However, this is not a choice to be made lightly, nor less on others' behalves. This is war, and every scion must decide what part he or she would play. I'll fight for Alamigo, for my father, for Ida. I'm in it to the end. The choice was made for us ere we were born, brother, when the Empire marched on Eorzea. They will stop at nothing to subjugate or slaughter us all. Van Baelzar and Van Darnus were but the first to try. Though your fervor is surprising, I cannot dispute your logic. At the risk of repeating myself, I am of course of the same mind. The present situation is untenable, and further complicated by the existence of Ilburd's Primal. I believe we have no recourse but to directly and openly intervene. I thought this was a foregone conclusion given our actions thus far, but you require renewed affirmation, then yes. But if you require renewed affirmation, then yes, I am still wholly committed to this cause. For it is ultimately the self-same cause that I have served since first I pledged to serve Master Louis Soir and the Circle of Knowing. Salvation of Eorzea by any means necessary. That said, I shall refrain from taking the field on this occasion. There are many here who require further treatment, and doubtless more to come after. I came here for Minfilia, and that hasn't changed. However, I'd like to stay with the Stola for now and tend to the wounded. As for you, Femmet, you are, to quote our dear friend Lord Edmond, the woman who slew Gaius Van Baelzar and some half-dozen primals besides. Your presence may well prove the difference between victory and defeat. Many look to you as a hero, and heap great expectations upon your shoulders, but you, like every scion, must decide for yourself. To be frank, Alfie, this isn't my fight, but I will do what I must. I see. While it pains me to hear you speak thus, I am grateful for your candor. There was a time when you would have kept such thoughts to yourself. Take care, Stola, Kryl, and do not hesitate to contact us should you require assistance. Lise, I would ask that you remain here by Conrad's side. We should go, or Monago will leave without us. Might I persuade you to join us, Femmet? Should you wish to give your decision further consideration, Castrum Oriens would seem an apt place to do it. You need not answer right away. I am sure you can convince Monago to wait a little longer. Best make sure you've got everything you need. We might not be coming back for a while. Grandfather stood with the army that faced the Garleans at Cartano. This is dangerously close to becoming a family tradition. So you will be accompanying us. Full glad am I to hear it. All set? Excellent. Let us be off.
Welcome back, comrades. What news?
Greetings, General. I am Commander Kemp's behest to brief you on the latest developments at the Reach. Our recruitment efforts have exceeded expectations. In addition to welcoming many motivated young Alamegans, our ranks have been bolstered by the arrival of a number of experienced veterans, thanks in large part to the efforts of Scions. As a consequence, we are now able to field half a dozen new units, with more being trained as we speak.
Good. I gather Conrad is eager to strike while the iron's hot.
Just so, General. He proposes that we begin preparations for a joint operation to capture Castle and Volodina. Capture Volodina? That will not be easy. It will, however, be necessary if we are ever to push east towards the capital.
There is no profit in delay. It is only a matter of time before the Gallians learn of our plans and summon reinforcements. The Alliance hereby accepts Commander Kemp's proposal. Tell him to take no chances. Bring every able-bodied Alamegan who can wield a weapon. Pippin, I want Volodina watched. Assess its defenses. Every fortress has a weakness, and I would know this one's.
If there is no objection, General, might the Scions join Marshal Tarabin?
By all means. If that is all, let us speak about it.
A castellum is less a military installation, more a supply depot, a storage and distribution facility for the surrounding area. That being the case, taking it will not only earn us a strategic foothold, but deprive our enemies of valuable resources. Conrad and the General are of one mind, it seems. I only wish I could say the same. While this aggressive strategy may well profit us in the end, what losses will we suffer in the meantime? Anyway, we should speak with the Vice Marshal on this reconnaissance mission, and see how he would like to proceed. Thank you for volunteering to join me. This should be a fairly straightforward reconnaissance mission, so long as we do not have the ill fortune to run afoul of the Imperial patrol. Come, our destination is beyond East End, just north of Volodina.
Even should they be unaware. Even should they be unaware of our plans, I would be surprised if their western defences were not heavily fortified, given the presence of allied forces at the wall. Naught appears out of the ordinary at a glance. This ought to be close enough. Now we settle for the long watch. For a long watch. That said, it would be prudent to keep your weapons at the ready, in the event of a passing patrol stumbles upon us, or worse.
Excellent. The disposition of the Imperial forces is exactly as expected. I will notify Father. Cannon fire! Where did it come from?
Smoke! There! Is that... Oh gods, it's Relga's Reach.
It's no use. I think someone's jamming our communications.
You don't think... Could this be part of a coordinated attack?
Too early to draw conclusions. We must abort the assault and return to the Reach at once.
You!
Traitor! Kinslayer!
You're no kin of mine!
Well, well. Stand aside, Pilus. This one has promise.
Have a care, my lord. She's not like the others.
Do not disappoint me, girl, or I will kill you.
Seven hells! It's him! It's Xenos!
The Viceroy! Oh, you are a dead man!
So spirited, and yet so empty. Magical barrier. Alas, it will not save you.
Yashoda!
Hold the line, Byrolga! Hold the line!
Cryle!
Alphino!
We saw the smoke and thought we heard explosions. Are we under attack?
The Imperials were all over us before we realized what was happening. No one knew where to run or what to do. It was chaos. Lise and Master Kemp rallied the guards and bought us enough time to get some of the wounded to safety, but I haven't seen either of them since.
Confound it! If we lose the Reach, this will all have been for naught.
Arenvold, can you escort these people to the wall?
Aye, sir.
Our place is at the Reach. We must offer such aid and succor as we are able. Saving lives is now our paramount concern.
If we can hold back the Imperials until Father sends reinforcements, we may yet turn the tide.
I'll join you. I've done all I can for these people, and you'll be crying out for a healer in there.
I fear you're right. Come, there is no time to lose.
flames!
Now!
The flames!
Rebel scum!
so long.
Alphino, I need your help!
My lord, the prisoners!
See to your men, Pylus.
As you command, my lord.
Your friends were a disappointment. But you will entertain me, will you not?
As one!
Be gone! Give me something to remember. Pathetic.
Seven hells.
Shall we give chase, General?
Nay. There has been enough death this day. See to the wounded.
Aye, sir.
You all right, lass? There's no ordinary foe could best the likes of you.
Don't you die on me, Ashola! Hold on! Don't worry, it's going to be all right. Alphino, Master Kemp is all yours.
Understood.
Don't just stand there gawping. Hold her down while I work. The worst is past, but without the proper facilities, I can do no more.
Master Kemp too would be better served in the infirmary. Let us take them there without delay.
Give us a hand, would you, Lise?
Of course.
I know you must be exhausted, but there will be others who need our help. Leave these two to us and look to the other wounded.
You did well, Femmet. You saved lives, no matter what happens. Remember that. Now then, let's do what we can for the wounded. Every minute counts. See to the wounded, Femmet. They live, help them. If not, move on. God damn it, Meffrid. Weren't you the one telling me to use my head and stay alive? Meffrid lies motionless, having breathed his last. Clenched in his fist is a small charm, which you take for safekeeping. He was already cold when I got to him. There was naught I could do. That charm must have been important. You'd best take it to Conrad. You spare another moment for Meffrid before turning away. Fishing in your pockets, your hand closes around his charm. Conrad must be cold.
You're worried about Ishtola, aren't you? It's too early to make any kind of prognosis, but she's alive for now. If it wasn't for her, it'd be me lying there. Wish it was. It makes no sense. He brushed us aside as if we were nothing. Damn it, Alize. This is serious. You need rest. You seem ready to burst into tears. I'd fetch you a handkerchief, but...
Nago, Mefred, where are you? This is... He's dead, isn't he? Mefred was a warrior, always thinking about others before himself. He once had an Imperial patrol chain nigh on 20 miles so that his wounded would have time to escape. His comrades loved him for it, of course, though that only made him worry more. Did you know that he sent his men to Quarry Mill away because he thought they were fighting for him, not the cause? Aye, well, he did. The only life he was willing to risk was his own, you see. But that's exactly the kind of man who should be a leader. The kind of man who deserves to survive, not an old fool who's all used up.
There's no logic to it, Master Kemp. There never is. Who stands, who falls. In the heat of battle, we can but do our best, as he did. Meffred will be sorely missed, aye, but because of his sacrifice, many now live who otherwise would not, and they need us, now more than ever.
Aye, that they do. Forgive me, I had high hopes for him, is all.
Our defeat was no near thing. It was a humiliation. We were powerless to withstand our enemy's assault. But we cannot afford to dwell on our failure, as Alphino said. It is those who survived whom we must now think. Ralga's Reach is no longer safe. The Imperials may have withdrawn, but they could return at any time to finish what they began. We dare not remain here. Those who are not fit to make the journey to Castrum Oriens will need to be taken by chocobo carriage. Agreed? Good. I shall oversee preparations for the carriages. In the meantime, I would have you scour the infirmary for any supplies that might prove useful during the journey. I will accompany Master Kemp in one of the carriages. We're to move the wounded to Castrum Oriens. Understood. I'll go and see if anyone requires assistance.
No, I'd hate to be a burden.
We'll need to carry Stola to the carriage. Could you give me a hand, Lise? As if you need to ask. Forgive me, but it is imperative that I continue preparing medicines for the wounded. If you desire treatment, I must ask that you seek us elsewhere. Oh, I see. In that case, you are free to search the barber and take that which you require. I would not have our people dying en route. I would assist you, but this process demands my undivided attention. Miss, Marshal Tarpin said you might have something for me. 12 be praised. This should put the driver's heart at ease. This should put the driver's hearts at ease. Tell the Vice Marshal we await his orders. Stola and the others are safely strapped in. Don't worry, I'll be at his side the entire time. Thank you, Kryl. I'll walk alongside. They'll need protection in case the Guardians try anything. Hang on, you're injured too, aren't you? Shouldn't you be in one of the carriages?
I'm not so frail that I can't make the trip on my own. Besides, there's still work to be done here. I'll see you at the wall when it's finished.
As you wish. Then let us set forth at once. We shall move as quickly as our comrades' health allows. To Castor Morgan's. Let us pray they arrive safely. Master Kemp, your concern for your men's well-being is commendable, but I would urge you to consider your own.
You saved a good many of my men, and I cannot thank you enough for that. But the fact remains, our forces were decimated. In this state, we will not be mounting an assault on Castellum, Volodna, or anywhere else. We need to be honest with ourselves about our prospects. But first, we need to put our affairs here in order. Afterwards, I'll join you all at Castramorians.
Understood. We will go and speak with General Aldin. For more than a decade, the Resistance has resided here, hidden from the eyes of the Empire, and just when we set our sights on Volodna, they strike. Do you not find that passing strange? I can see the Reach means a lot to these people, but it would be suicide to stay.
Pippin has already departed with the wounded, has he? Good. We've completed our search of the Reach and the surrounding area. As far as we can tell, Xenos and his men returned straight away to Specula Imperatorus after Xenos and his men returned straight away to Specula Imperatorus Xenos and his men returned straight away to Specula Imperatorus after quitting this place. It should seem he's lost interest in this.
Which brings us to the most troubling question of all. Not how he found us, but why he chose to spare our lives after having done so.
In war, you kill or capture your enemy. You don't leave him to fight another day. Only a fool would turn his back and walk away, but Xenos is no fool. Whatever his motive is, this is neither the time nor the place to think on it. I will leave a token force to watch over the Reach. The rest will fall back to Castramorians. We can discuss our path forward there.
Kral is with his shoulder. She still hasn't woken up, but Kral says she's through the worst. Given the severity of her wound, we could have hoped for no more. Let us pray she makes a full recovery. We lost a lot of good people, didn't we? I saw it happen when that Skull's commander cut down Method. A single blow. That was it. Everything he fought for, all his hopes and dreams for the future, gone in an instant. Do you want to know the worst part? It wasn't a Garlean who did it. It was an Alamegan. Gods help me. If I ever... No, not now. Not while the general's waiting. Oh, Lise.
Were it not for the swift actions of the Scions and the Alliance, many more would have died. You risked your lives to save ours, and for that we thank you.
There is no need for thanks. We are allies, are we not?
Aye, just so. Let us not dwell on this tragedy, but look to the future.
The future? I'm sorry, General, but there is no future for us. We've lost too many. Gods, I can still see Methrid with that woman standing over him. They've ripped the heart out of us, General. They've broken us. Our fight is over.
Master Kemp, please.
I'll always hate them with every fiber of my being. For what they took from us then and now. Our homeland, our freedom, our bloody children.
You mean the Skulls? The youths who fight for Xenos?
Grania Lupi, the Black Wolf's legacy and our shame. A unit made up of children born to Alamegan dignitaries who came of age during the occupation. Sons and daughters of Gir Abania, raised to be proud citizens of the Empire, with all the rights and responsibilities that entails. It'd be easy to curse them and call them traitors, but they're our children. Our flesh and blood. If the only way to forge the future we want is to cut down our own, then...
Then what was it all for?
Nargo?
What will you say to the families of the fallen? To the mothers, and the widows, and the orphans? Will you tell them it was all for nothing?
Listen to the girl. We dare not suffer our comrades' sacrifices to have been in vain. Now is the time to steel our resolve and press on, painful though it may be.
And when Xenos comes back with his army, what then? This isn't the first time, you know. You'll be hard-pressed to find men brave or stupid enough to face him again.
I still can't believe how strong he was. He humiliated us back there. The Warrior of Light included. Gods help us if he's next in line to the Garlean throne.
Loath though I am to say it, we should not be surprised. Before succeeding Van Baelsar in Alamigo, Xenos led the Imperial army to Doma, where he crushed the rebellion utterly. As a matter of fact, Doma remains in his charge to this day. Suffice it to say, Varus's heir is a peerless warrior and an accomplished general. The question is, how are we to contend with such a foe?
We take the fight to Doma.
Interesting. You are suggesting we kindle the flames of revolution in Doma once more and force Xenos to fight a war on two fronts?
For that, there would need to be someone left to fight on this front by the time you got back. Look, I'll not deny the plan as promised, and I feel for our brothers and sisters in Doma, truly I do. But I fear we lack the strength to see it through.
Have faith in your people, Master Kemp. Them and the Scions. Hold fast, rebuild, and when all is in place, we shall defeat Xenos together.
If you're going to Doma, I'm coming too. I want to help our friends there. And make sure nothing like this ever happens again.
Give us the time we need, and we will give you something far greater.
Very well. For all you have done for us, we will fight on. But be swift, comrades. Alamigo has suffered enough.
You've said your piece, yes? Now, would you please return to bed? You'll never recover if you carry on like this. Ye gods, the pain. It seemed like a good idea at first. Can't deny a part of me wants to stay and fight, but I know I'd be more used to you and the others. And so we fight on, come what may. Sentiment notwithstanding, what other choice did we have?
We've got a long road ahead of us, but it begins with the first step. We'll stay in the Reach and rebuild. We'll reinforce our defenses, and if they come again, we'll be ready.
I have called upon Stillglade Fane to send every available conjurer, no matter how inexperienced, to help with the wounded. I pray it will be enough.
If the rumors are to be believed, this is not the first time Xenos has spared his foes. They say he abides by an unusual code and takes pleasure in the fight. Whatever his reasons, we must use this time to our advantage.
I wish you well on your journey, my friend. Let us pray that when we meet again, our fortunes will be much changed. How in Limlane's name did they find the Reach? I thought out their glamours were impenetrable. This goes without saying, but the Scions alone have not the strength to topple a provincial government, here or anywhere else. And I am quite certain the same can be said of our Doman And I am quite certain the same can be said of the Doman Liberation Front. Nevertheless, we can but go and assess the situation for ourselves and see what can be done. Lest you doubt what good we few can accomplish, I would remind you that my grandfather and his 12 disciples once journeyed to these lands to save Eorzea and her people from certain doom. Brave souls with an impossible task, and Eorzea lives on. Our present mission may not be as monumental in scope, but it is no less important to the multitudes whom we would free from imperial. But it is no less important to the multitudes whom we would free from imperial oppression, whom we will free. Where men go as a one, there is life. And where there is life, there is cause to hope. Our grandfather believed that, and so do I. But before we can forge ties with our friends in the Far East, we must first find a way to reach them. Arthard is not exactly over the river and through the woods. I'm one step ahead of you, dear sister, or rather, Totaro is. But before we discuss that, there is another issue I wish to address.
much as I would like it if we could all make this journey together, someone will need to remain to serve as liaison to the Alliance and the Resistance during this critical period. Moreover, as Y'shtola cannot be left unattended, then I should obviously remain. Very well, I issue address. You know, Alphino, it would have been much quicker just to ask, and markedly less patronizing. Yes, I suppose. Would you be willing to look after Y'shtola and provide support to Arenvold and the others? Yes, Alphino, I would. You see, that wasn't so hard, was it? Enjoy your trip and don't you dare return with a gift. Oh, I would not dream of it. Right. Sister, Femmet, Lys, gather your things. We are for Lim to Luminsa. Ah, Lieutenant Selch. A moment, if you would. The Alliance has seen fit to charge the Twin Adder with overseeing occupation of Castromorians for the interim. As an adventurer, I realize it is your wont to attend to such matters both great and small in all corners of the realm, though it should go without saying that you must also uphold your obligations to the Twin Adder, and the Eorzean Alliance. Thus, I would ask for your aid in a reconnaissance mission here in the fringes. Pray speak with Lieutenant Molko when you are ready to receive a briefing. When you are ready to receive a briefing, she will be overseeing the operation. Do my eyes deceive me? It can't be. But it is. Femmet-Selch, the Griffin's bane herself. Yes, the great hero who defeated the Griffin atop Baelsar's wall, bringing his plans of conquest to a shuddering halt. I can think of no other titles that so aptly befits your prowess. A pity no one else seems to think so. But enough of that. What brings the illustrious Griffin's bane here to Castromorians? Serpent Marshal Brookstone has requested you to assist in my investigation. This is such an honor. I'll do best not to disappoint you. Ah, goodness me. Where are my manners? Tala Molko, military records officer at your service. I cannot offer much in the way of combat, but if you should have any inquiries regarding historical matters, you need only ask. Now then, let me apprise you of our current situation. Shortly after taking control of Castromorians, we discovered a number of confidential documents left behind by the Guardians, prisoner records, dating back to the beginning of Alamigo's occupation. As you might have guessed, a great many were conscripted and sent away to subjugate new territories. A surprisingly large number were executed as a reminder of what would happen should any step out of line. What we weren't expecting, however, was a number of prisoners listed simply as whereabouts unknown. We thought perhaps they met some ill fortune during their imprisonment or even escaped, but we could find no other documents to suggest what became of them. Be they living or deceased, it is now our duty to find them, not just for our own records, mind you, but their loved ones as well. They deserve the peace of mind of knowing what happened out there. Would that this were a recent incident, though, it will be no easy task ascertaining their whereabouts after 20 years, but I believe I know where we might begin our investigation. The Anant have called these lands home long before even the Alamegans came to settle here, and as luck would have it, the Resistance has established cordial relations with their people. Perhaps they remember something of what happened all those years ago.
Alamigan prisoners captured 20 years ago? Yes, I remember. When the Garleans gained their foothold here, they interned any and everyone, striders and anti-matter. Most were forced to serve in the Garlean military, dispatched to other lands from which they could never return. If I'm not mistaken, the prisoners who remained were taken to a small village to the south. I cannot say what transpired there, but the settlement was heavily guarded. I fear the worst for them. A settlement to the south? Why, that would be Bittermill. I recall records of its residents seeking asylum in Gridania when the Garleans first arrived. The place was all but razed to the ground. Let's begin our search there. Perhaps something of value still remains in the rubble. This place was supposed to be deserted. What are Garleans doing here? They cannot be allowed to leave. Get them. Whoa! Goodness, that's smart. Perhaps I should have devoted more time to combat training. The no mounted training would make me match for the renowned Griffin's Bane. That was a magnificent display. Garlean soldiers were certainly the last thing I expected to find in these abandoned and otherwise forgotten buildings. I managed to catch them unawares, but I am quite certain this investigation would have ended poorly had you not arrived. Still, I find this quite curious. By all rights, the Garleans should be too busy contending with the resistance to waste time in a place like this. What were they doing here? I'm afraid our search for answers has only raised more questions. If we are to make any sense of this, we must search this place from top to bottom, after my heart's returned to my chest. Sorry to keep you waiting. I fear the battlefield is no place for a bookworm. If the gods are kind, we'll encounter no further distractions. Now, let's begin our search. We'd like to cover more ground before we split up. Hopefully there is still some trace of the prisoners left here. The cloying stench of rotting debris fills your nostrils. You're unable to discern where the odor is coming from. Upon closer inspection of the ground, you see footprints. Some of them appear to be fresh. This house is much too clean to have been abandoned for 20 years. Ah, Femmet, thank goodness. I found someone while inspecting the houses. He seems unwell.
Unwell? No, definitely not. Certainly not. Yes, we're quite fine. But what of you, little girls, dressed in strange clothes? Quite strange, quite strange.
What? You have some nerve. Regardless of how I look, I am a ranking officer of the Order of the Twin Adder. Thank you very much. Now, who are you, and what business do you have here?
Who? Yes, who? An excellent question. You are you, but who are we? Yes, we would like to know very much.
You don't remember? Well, is there anything you can remember?
Remember. Yeah, something about this place. Quite familiar.
Femmet, this is only a hunch, mind you, but I suspect he is not from this place. Considering he's Ellison, he's likely a Gridanian escaped from the Garleans, or perhaps could he be one of the missing prisoners? It would certainly explain the Garlean soldiers from before. We need to take him back for questioning. Excuse me, sir, but would you be willing to come back with us? At the very least, it would be more comfortable than these dilapidated houses, and we may be able to help you recover your memory.
Memories, sweet memories. Yes, we would like them very much.
All right then, let's return to Castromorians. My browbeating commander will likely wish to meet you. I suppose it can't be helped. If he really is one of the missing prisoners, this could be the defining moment of my career. Even Serpent Marshal Brookstone is sure to take notice. Possibly one of the missing prisoners, you say? I expected such wild claims from Lieutenant Molko, but if you would corroborate her report, perhaps this warrants investigation. Until further notice, he shall stay under the protection of the Aeosian Alliance. Sir, with all due respect, you cannot just...
Lieutenant Molko, get this man a hot meal and warm bed. When he's had a bit of rest, see what he knows of Bittermill and the Guardians. Should not be long before we reach a conclusion to all this. You're free to wait here until she finishes questioning our new detainee.
I imagine Lieutenant Molko has finished questioning the detainee by now. Go and see what, if anything, she's learned. Oh, Femmet, I just finished with the questioning. Unfortunately, he can recall absolutely nothing of his past, and the only thing he's certain of is he escaped from Garlean captivity. I'm beginning to believe he really is one of the missing prisoners. But where does Bittermill fit into all of this? I fear we've reached an impasse. It's not as though we can ask the Garleans what they were doing here. Or perhaps we can. The soldier who escaped us earlier must know something to be prowling about the area. He has to be taken into custody. Come, Femmet. We must speak with Serpent Marshal Brookstone about assembling a search party. No stone can be left unturned. That soldier is key to finding the missing prisoners. I just note. You wish to capture the soldier you encountered at Bittermill. Well, you should know I've already dispatched a reconnaissance team. After reading Lieutenant Mulko's report, I thought it prudent he be apprehended immediately. However, therein lies the rub. We lack the manpower to sufficiently survey the area. In fact, I was just deliberating over who I should call back to make a sweep of Owen's stash. There's no need for that, sir. Femmet and I will go. I realize I'm not the ideal scout to assist in this, but we have to find them. On your guard, Femmet. I have a bad feeling about this place. We found him, Femmet. We really found him.
Oh, what are you?
These wounds, if he's not treated soon, he won't be telling anyone anything. It looks like he's like to bleed out if left unattended. Go and tell Serpent Marshal Brookstone we found him, and he needs medical assistance before he can be moved. My men have searched high and low, and yet there is no search of this runaway soldier. You found him at Owen's stash. Say no more. Attention, this is Brookstone speaking. The subject has been found at Owen's stash. I repeat, the subject has been found at Owen's stash. He is severely wounded and in need of medical attention. Excellent work. Perhaps now we can finally get to the bottom of all this Bittermill business. By all rights, my men should be back by now. Go and see if you can find Lieutenant Mulko. I want to know what those Garlean dogs were up to. Ah, Femmet. I'm happy to report we managed to bring him back safely, and not a minute too soon. I plan to speak with him shortly after returning, but the healers won't permit anyone to see him until he's settled and bleeding stopped. I imagine we won't have to wait very long. It seems he's finally fit to speak. I don't expect you to be grateful, but I'd like to remind you, you likely wouldn't be standing here if we hadn't found you in that cave. Now stop talking. What were you doing out there in Bittermill?
We were looking for someone. An escapee from our facilities. He'd lost his memory and was otherwise mentally unstable, so we knew he couldn't have gone far.
I believe the man you're speaking of is already in our custody. We found him seeking shelter in Bittermill. He claims you captured him, though he cannot recall where.
So we returned to Bittermill after all. I guess the past came to haunt him, even if he can't remember it.
Listen, my superiors are not like to show you any leniency. If you tell me everything you know, I will do all within my power to see your life is spared. Do we have a deal?
Miss, I may be dressed in their uniform, but you'd be mistaken to believe I owe the Guardians any allegiance. I will gladly tell you. 20 years ago, a group of prisoners was relocated to Bittermill to assist in the Guardians' more unorthodox experiments. They wanted to create a new chemical weapon, one that would leave buildings untouched while killing any and everyone that came into contact with it. It came into contact with. Black Rose, I believe it was called.
That's horrible.
Their intention was to drive back Eorzean forces without wasting any of their own on the front lines. And of course, they wouldn't know if it really worked without willing volunteers. And what better place than a village long since abandoned by its people? Not a single prisoner survived. Their tests proving a resounding success. It was only a matter of time before Black Rose would be deployed, or so they thought. To the surprise of many, the project was shut down before Black Rose could ever be used. The order came from the legators of the 14th Imperial Legion and interim leader of the Alamegan province, Gaius van Balazar. The Black Wolf would not allow the senseless murdering of Eorzea's people. He saw them as future subjects of the Empire to be ruled, not savages to be slaughtered. Everything was to be destroyed, but the man behind the project would not see his work wasted, and ran off with the last remaining samples of Black Rose. He was promptly apprehended, but he'd hidden away his work. They used every heinous tool at their disposal to make him talk, yet he would not, or rather, could not tell them where he headed. The doctor had already gone mad, and he couldn't remember a thing. I can only assume one of experiments went wrong and ruined his mind in the process.
Then that means the man we found earlier.
That's him. Guillaume, former head of research for the 14th Imperial Legion. My orders were to recapture Guillaume and my orders were to recapture Guillaume and destroy whatever evidence remained of his work in Bittermill. We failed to find anything, but it's there. Can't kill that many people and leave nothing behind.
I can't believe that incoherent of a mess was a scientist in service to the Guardians. I think we've heard enough. Thank you for your cooperation. What do you think, Femmet? A part of me wants to believe it isn't true, but I see no reason why he would lie to us. There has to be some way to substantiate. There has to be some way to substantiate his story. If the entirety of Bittermill was used for their experiments, it would be no easy feat to do away with the evidence of such a massive operation. No, there would have to be some lingering traces of their work, and if they couldn't dispose of it, their only option would be to bury it. Femmet, we have to get back to Bittermill. Alright, let's split up. There has to be something here. I'm not leaving until we find it. There is nothing buried here. Your digging reveals a small metal container, though you probably shouldn't touch it. Lieutenant Walker will want to know what you found. You found something. A metal container. Could it be? The missing sample of Black Rose. So he was telling the truth after all. There's no time to be sentimental nor hasty. Any mishaps in handling that container could prove disastrous. Let's report back to Serpent Marshal Brookstone. Lieutenant Walker reporting, sir. We've discovered the identity of the man we thought to be one of the missing prisoners. He is Greer May, former chief of research for the 14th Imperial Legion, who oversaw the manufacturing of a chemical weapon known as Black Rose. After a thorough survey of Bitumen, we've discovered what we believe to be a sample of this weapon. We'd like to request assistance in retrieving it. Attention, this is Brookstone. A container we believe to contain a Garlean chemical weapon has been discovered at Bitumen. At Bitumen. I need you to get out. I need you to get out there and retrieve it immediately. As for the missing prisoners, they were used as test subjects for Black Rose. There were no survivors. Sir, I don't believe we should allow Sir, I don't believe we should allow the risk of such a weapon falling into the wrong hands. I agree, Lieutenant. After the weapon has been safely removed to a secure location, rest assured we will see to its disposal. As for Griame, his fate resides with the Council. Considering the weight of his crimes, his punishment should be quite severe. I almost pity the man. Memories or no, his crimes cannot be excused.
Lieutenant Molko, Lieutenant Selch, you've done well today, and I'm sure you're both quite tired. Go rest. You've earned it.
Actually, I think I'll be heading back to Gridania to write up a report. The events of Bittermill will need to be recorded, and that we might prevent such atrocities from happening again. I wish I could accompany you a while longer, but I'm sure the great Griffin's Bane is needed elsewhere. Thank you again for all your help. I look forward to adding your feats of daring. To our record someday.
Challenge all this entire time. Are you serious? Are you fucking serious? I'm so fucking stupid. Really? Okay. Guess I'll do this as well. Quite a bit of XP. Oh well. You're always missing something. Vilbrin was always Y'shtola's domain. I haven't spent much time here, to be honest. We spoke with Urianger and Thancred along the way. To say they were surprised by our stratagem would be something of an understatement, but they did not dispute its logic. Tataru should be here any moment with our ship's captain. So we're going by sea after all. Is Merlwyb lending us our pick of the Crimson Fleet? Not exactly. You are right in as much as we will be traveling by sea. Regrettably, it is simply not feasible for an airship to travel such a distance without impossibly large fuel reserves, to say nothing of the inevitability of running afoul of the Empire's aerial defenses. But it is equally infeasible to sail an Eorzean Alliance vessel halfway around the world without the Empire taking notice. Which leaves us with one other option. Ah, speak of the devil. Ah, sorry to keep you waiting. May I present to you Captain Cavalier of the Kraken's Arms. The Kraken's Arms? Don't tell me you've made a deal with pirates. Greetings and salutations, scions. I take it from your comrade's tone that you no longer wish to proceed with our proposed arrangement. Not at all, Captain. Pray forgive my sister and her outburst. She has ever been one to speak her mind. I, on the other hand, am the very soul of discretion, as many well-respected personages would attest to, from the officers of the Admiral to the high houses of Ishgard. Ah, but where was I? Oh yes, the Signs of the Seventh Dawn do indeed still wish to employ your services. However, it is important that you are aware of certain extenuating circumstances. And intent on securing passage to the Far East, you came to us, knowing us to be the proud purveyors of said region's finest spices, which you steal from God-fearing merchants out on the high seas. With whatever privateering the Kraken's Arms may or may not engage in is strictly within the limits of the law, as set forth by our indefatigable keeper of the peace. More to the point, we are pragmatists. I see considerable risk in aiding your cause and negligible profit. Well, I for one think the captain has a point. The five seas can be extremely treacherous, and many a poor, unfortunate soul has to come grief out there on the waves. Why, when we were in Ishgard, I heard the tragic tale of how the heir to House Durandare vanished at sea. Even now, nearly 20 years later, the poor count remains convinced that his son still lives, and would pay a sultan's ransom for news of his whereabouts. Truly a tragedy for the ages, and a testament to the misfortunes that may befall us should we act without due consideration. But so long as you are prepared to abide by the capricious whims of fate, I am willing to oblige you this once. We will require time to procure sufficient provisions and make ready for departure. I humbly suggest you do the same. Suddenly, all those hours Tataru passed cavorting, capering at the Forgotten Night seem rather better spent, do they not?
That said, I had intended to press the point more obliquely, and there was something disconcerting about the pleasure Kataru took in making Captain Caviar a swarm. I say we should heed the captain's advice and attend to our own preparations while they ready the vessel for departure. Tataru and I will procure the necessary supplies. Alize, I should be grateful if you would use the time to brief Urianger on recent developments. You may also wish to review the relevant safety procedures in the event of an emergency at sea. How very prudent of you. Very well, I shall go and speak with him. What of Femmet and Lys? I would like the two of you to return to Revenant's Toll and speak with our Doman allies. I fear we know too little of their homeland, and any information they can provide would be most welcome. When we have completed our respective tasks, we will reconvene here at the ferry docks. Agreed? Sounds like a plan. Let's go, Femmet. Well, here we are. We need to talk to lots of people, so I think we should split up. I'll ask around the House of Splendors, you take the Rising Stones. I'll meet you here after. Got it?